loud with the thunder, so hopefully we can get a bit more energy this morning. So I've been asked to give a bit of a special presentation, and I plan to structure it around three main areas. First, we'll speak a little bit about the UN system, why it exists, who makes the decisions, the challenges and opportunities that are there for multilateral organizations. Then I'll go into some slides that we have prepared, looking at some of the youth activities that UNESCO does from the various sectors, things that in the future you might be able to get involved. Then I will speak a little bit about the sports initiatives as well in relation to the youth activities. And then for the third and final session, I propose we make it a little bit more interactive, and we can have some small group work and maybe have some discussions about how you, as young people who are in education or very soon about to finish your education, how you can get involved with the UN. I spoke to some of you yesterday to get a sense of what are some of your interests, and it seems to be that for most of the people in the room, you would be interested in having careers with international organizations or working in development or related sectors. So hopefully we can address some interesting parts of those questions that you might have. So we'll divide it into these three sections, and then we'll have a Q&A, can be a bit of a discussion around these three topics that I mentioned. One, the general governance and the broader understanding of the UN multilateral system broadly. Secondly, about youth and sports initiatives from UNESCO specifically. And then third, just looking at youth engagement and how to get people like you involved. So after each of these sections, please do pose your questions that are related to these three areas, and then we'll also do a little bit of a break in between so that we can kind of move our bodies. We're not like sitting for 2 hours straight. This is a voluntary activity. Obviously, this is not a UNESCO lecture in a university. So the idea is, this is useful to you, but it's also fun and it's interesting. So we don't have to, it's not a graded component. So we'll go on until 12, but as I said, we'll take little breaks in between so that we can have a little bit of movement. I can refill my water cup, and then we can move between the sections. So let's start with something a little bit interactive. Can everybody see the screen okay? It's all right? Okay, so in that case, I would love it if you can go into Mentimeter. You can see the website at the top. It's Menti with an I, M-E-N-T-I, meter, like 100 meters. And then you can join with the code that is above, and then you should be in this quiz. So everyone, please do take out your computers, or you can do it on your phones. And just raise your hands when all that is done, so I can know that everyone has logged in. Responses are hidden, but they're starting to come in. So let's just wait for everyone else to log in. And don't worry, it's anonymous. If you get it wrong, no one's gonna know. But if you get it right at the very end, there's some chocolate for you from Indonesia. So bit of motivation, but don't worry. This is really just to get a sense of your understanding of UNESCO It's not a graded activity, and it's obviously anonymous. So I think we're about 60% through. I think our group is maybe 40% more than 30 people. We're at 27. So, just don't look it up. Just type it in. Are we ready? Everyone's done? Okay, last call. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So, Paris. Hopefully everyone got that correct. So all of these cities are related to the UN, as you well know. The UN Secretariat has 3 headquarters, and that's in New York in the United States, in Geneva, Switzerland, and Vienna, Austria. So these are all considered headquarter cities. Nairobi in Kenya is also considered a headquarter city. I'll speak a little bit about the difference between the UN Secretariat and UNESCO in terms of what all of that means after the quiz, so don't worry about that. But for UNESCO, which is a specialized agency of the UN, our headquarters are in Paris. And in Brussels, most UN agencies do have a liaison office because, as you know, the European Union is based there. So in terms of bilateral discussions with the European Union, most offices will have at least a liaison officer and a small liaison office to attend meetings and engage in dialogue there. Okay. So if you didn't know before, headquarters is in Paris, so don't forget. Okay, so this is a write-in question. How many official languages do you think they are? And what are they? So just write in what you know. Again, nobody will know what you answered, so just type it in. Please don't look it up. That defeats the purpose of the quiz, to get an understanding of, what you guys know. Just type in what you know for now, and as you see, it's anonymous. So let's give everyone the chance to type it in, and then when you're done, just kind of raise your hand so I know that most of the room is done responding. Okay, most of them are quite similar. Do some people think Korean is an official language? It could be. We don't know yet. Okay, more answers coming in. Okay, let's wait 10 more seconds for anyone who wants to submit some final answers. Okay, should we move on? Everyone okay with that? Yeah? Okay. So yes, there are 6 official languages of the UN. These are English, French, Mandarin Chinese, Russian, and Arabic, and Spanish is the 6 languages. So if you observe from these correct 6 languages, most of them are not Asian languages. Most of them are European languages such as English and French. And again, this is something that I'll speak about in the first part of my presentation about the origins of the multilateral system, who got to decide what that system looks like. And obviously part of that is many of the initial decisions were made by Western countries that are English speaking or Francophone. But of course, there is representation from all of the regions of the world. That's the idea behind having 6 official languages. So, Mandarin Chinese was, the language from the Asian continent that was selected. Arabic obviously is a big language for many countries. Spanish, that's represented in both Europe and of course in Latin America, and French is used basically all over the world for historical reasons. It's an official language for many countries. So this is some of the rationale between why there are 6 languages. And if you want to work in the UN, often they will ask that you have at least English or French, depending on the working language of that office. And then it's always an advantage to have an additional UN language. So this is some sort of historical reasoning there, and we I will probably go into it a little bit in the next section. Okay, so I've made it a bit tricky because I haven't given you answer options. You have to type it in when you think UNESCO was founded. Again, no one will know what you wrote, so you can put in whatever date you want. Just remember what I said about the creation of the multilateral system. Think about why international organizations were founded, right? And think about what might have been a significant date. And the idea is that we learn. So don't look it up, just write what you think. Okay, just waiting for 6 more responses. Whatever you think it is, you can put it in. People have put in very different options. Waiting for 5 more responses, just 5 more seconds. Just write whatever you think it is. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to move ahead. Is that okay? So if you said 1945, you would be correct. And if you specifically said November 16th, 1945, you would be very correct, but because that is considered the official founding date of UNESCO. It wasn't founded in Paris, although that is where the headquarters is. It was actually in London, United Kingdom, where the government of the United Kingdom, they convened the original member states that agreed to the constitution that created this new multilateral organization. And they decided in London, United Kingdom, that the headquarters would be in Paris, among other governance issues. So definitely it is something that came about as a result of World War II and the world order that formed after that. So 1945 was the date that UNESCO was founded, as were many other UN agencies. Okay, what does it stand for? UNESCO, 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 model UNESCO. So what do the letters UNESCO spell out? So again, type it in. Don't look it up. Just type in what you think it is. Okay, I don't see the numbers moving anymore. So is everyone happy to move forward with that? Any last wild cards? No. Okay. So you are all correct. UNESCO stands for United Nations Education, Scientific, Cultural Organization. So UNESCO has five program sectors. Obviously, education. The S stands for social and human sciences, which is what I'm part of. Natural science, culture, and then there's one letter that's not represented, which is communications and information sector. And we'll speak a little bit about what they do as well. So this is an organization with five key areas under its mandate, and it is more or less reflected in its name. And then, as I said, when I speak a little bit about UN system after this quiz we're doing, I'll sort of explain why it's UNESCO, and then there's UNICEF or UNESCO with the under the UN banner, so to speak. So everyone got it correct. Congratulations. You're also very correct about the kind of work that it does as well, which is protect heritage and cultural artifacts. This is indeed what the organization stands for and works to do. 2 seconds. Yes or no? Does this sound like something that UNESCO is involved in, the World Heritage Convention? Okay, let's just wait. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just waiting for 3 more people to join us. Are we okay to move on? You're happy with your responses? Yes, it is managed by UNESCO. So, uh, as you just responded, you know that UNESCO is very much involved in protection of culture and heritage. What does that mean? One of the things that UNESCO does in order to do this is to develop normative instruments. So normative instruments are documents at the international level or between governments. So these are agreements between governments on certain topics. For example, the Convention on World Heritage. This is what governs the system of World Heritage sites, right? And how certain sites are chosen. Obviously, in each country, they are nominated by the government. So the government gets to decide what they want to nominate as a World Heritage Site. There's a certain process where it goes to a secretariat, and then there's a process that governs how sites are selected, what are the criteria, and then once it's selected, how should it be protected and managed, and what are the benefits of doing that. We'll also go into this detail as well, but I think you all responded correctly, so well done for that response. Okay, so which of the following do you think is a World Heritage Site in the Republic of Korea? So we've got 3 more people if they want to join us. I'm just going to do a quick countdown. Just put in whatever you think it is. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to move We have one more person. Can we get one more response? And then we can have everybody's thoughts on what they think is a World Heritage Site in Korea. Last call? All right, I'm gonna move on. So the correct response is Jeju Island and the volcanic systems on the island. It was added to the list in 2007. Very interesting that quite a lot of you thought it's the demilitarized zone. So in the demilitarized zone, there is a UNESCO component. It's called Memory of the World. So that's not a World Heritage Site, but Memory of the World is also a program through which UNESCO tries to document and preserve things that are of historical and cultural significance to a country. So the DMZ is not a World Heritage Site, but it does have a UNESCO inscription through the Memory of the World program. Jeju Island is a World Heritage Site since 2007. So if anybody goes to Jeju, amongst your friends, you can tell them this fun fact. As for Mount Soraksan and the Seoul City Wall, these are on the list of nominated sites. So they haven't actually been selected for various reasons, but obviously countries propose more sites than can be on the list, because if they chose everything, then everything would be on the list, and that's just not possible. So there's a lot of, it actually takes a very long time. Some of these sites, they've been nominated a very long time ago. And they've not actually made it on the list itself, but it has been nominated by the South Korean government. So I mentioned earlier that we have 5 key mandates. So remembering what I said about the 5 mandates, what UNESCO, the letters stand for, what do you think among the following is an area of UNESCO's mandate, or the key areas that we are obliged to work in? Okay, I don't see the numbers moving up anymore. So everybody happy with their responses? Everyone thinks they got it right? Let's see if 3 more people want to join us. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to show you the correct answer, which is promoting press freedom. Very interesting. So that was a bit of a trick wording. It is not UNESCO's role to regulate world trade of cultural artifacts. So the word cultural artifacts is a bit of, bit of a way to mislead you. Among these items, all of these areas are things that the UN system and UN agencies do work in. Managing refugee camps, obviously working with refugees is the responsibility of UN CHR, or the UN Refugee Agency. Peacekeeping operations are also something that the UN is mandated in. This is something that's voted at the UN Security Council. And then peacekeepers can move into areas with conflict to try and maintain peace. And this is something that I think Korean peacekeepers are very much involved in the world stage. They have a very active role in peacekeeping, which is fantastic. Regulating world trade, that would be WTO. And as I said, the cultural artifacts is a little bit of a way to mislead you. But of these 4 areas, UNESCO is mandated to work specifically on promoting press freedom, and that's through the communications and information sector, one of the 5 sectors of UNESCO. But it doesn't mean we don't or we can't get involved in some of the other thematic areas that I mentioned. UNESCO does have a emergency response team, and one of the big areas that we respond to in emergencies or in areas with violent conflict is on education, because one of the first things that get disrupted when there is a war or a conflict in a certain country or in a certain region is education, and students, young people can't go to school anymore. So addressing the issue of education is something that UNESCO does as a form of emergency response to make sure that is not disrupted for young people and affects their lives. So for example, Myanmar would be a country in the Asia Pacific that has been affected, where young people's education have been disrupted by the political conditions. So in contexts like that, that's what I mean by emergency response. UNESCO would try and work with the local partners to ensure that young people can continue to receive schooling. Managing refugee camps, like as I said, managing refugee issues is not one of the primary mandates under the 5 programs that we have, but it doesn't mean that we couldn't or wouldn't get involved, because some of our offices they are in areas where there may be refugee settlements, and so we might work with other UN agencies to support, for example, on the education part, for example, but it wouldn't be a primary activity that UNESCO engages in. And each UN agency has its own specific mandate, so it's very important to differentiate what agency is responsible for what, because then you would know who are the right partners in terms of, if you want to, let's say you are a funder, or you're working for an NGO and you want to find the right UN agency that can collaborate with you. So it's very important to know what are the specific mandates and what are the differences. So this is very specific. So I want you to just put in whatever, please don't look it up, just put in whatever date you think it is. This is, we don't have to spend a lot of time on this, but I mentioned earlier that UNESCO developed international guidelines as part of its work. So I mentioned the World Heritage Sites Convention, but we also have something called recommendations. So just thinking about AI, like when did, now everyone is talking about the importance of regulating AI. When do you think UNESCO adopted a recommendation on this? It doesn't have to be correct. Just put in a number, and then we can see. There's no need to really think too deeply. No need to look it up on the internet at all. Okay, I don't see the numbers moving up, so I think we have our final number of responses coming in. So I'm raising my hands, and I'm gonna move forward with revealing the correct answer, which is 2021. And everyone got it correct. So developing normative standards, as I said, is one of the key activities that UNESCO is mandated to do. And under my sector, which is social and human sciences, we developed a global recommendation on ethical principles for AI. We started to develop this in 2019. So if you put in 2019, you are also, that's also a significant year, because we don't just do what we want to do. We do what member states, which is your governments, telling UNESCO within your mandated areas, this is something that is very important for you to look at. So we have 2-year cycles of programming and planning and budgeting. So in 2019, at the General Conference, which is the governing body of UNESCO, member states gave UNESCO Secretariat, which is UNESCO broadly, the mandate to develop a recommendation looking at artificial intelligence. So this was a 2-year process. And when you develop a recommendation, it has a very specific process that you follow. We have an ad hoc experts group who draft this, and this group is, once again, they are recommended by governments. They represent all of the regions of the world. So for example, if you have a European Union guideline on AI, of course, that would reflect the opinions of European Union states. But under UNESCO, because we're an international organization with membership all over the world, if not most of the world, the experts who help develop this are from the Asia region, the African region, Latin American region, as well as, of course, European and other regions. So after this 2-year process, it was actually adopted into a recommendation in 2021. And what are the differences between recommendations, conventions that I mentioned earlier? We can go into that a little bit when we talk about the objectives of why international organizations exist. So I've also made this a bit difficult in this question because it's not multi-choice. Without looking it up, don't look it up on the internet. But how many offices do you think UNESCO has? Just think about how present UNESCO is, you think, and give me your guess, because it's not a multiple choice question. So let's just wait 10 more seconds for a couple more responses to go in, and really just think about how many member states or how many countries do you think UNESCO is a part of. Think about the fact how many regions does it operate in giving your responses. So how many, what's our presence, do you think in the field or in the in the world? Okay, so I think we're getting close to everybody. So I'm going to show the responses. So a lot of people thought we have 194 offices, which is very interesting because 194 is the number of member states we have, or number of countries that are part of UNESCO. So we don't have 194 offices. What we have is one headquarters, which is in Paris, and 52 field offices. And these include liaison offices. I mentioned some areas have liaison offices, which are in Brussels, in Italy, in Florence, which is more focused on cultural affairs. We have a liaison office in New York to the UN Secretariat. But in terms of our field presence or offices in different countries, UNESCO has 52. And some people got close by mentioning 50, 53. That might actually be the most correct response, including headquarters. So that would be, if you respond to that, that would be the correct response. But we also have something called national commissions. So national commissions are not a UNESCO office, but they exist to help UNESCO carry out its mandate in different countries. So each country that is a member of UNESCO, 194 countries, they would have something called the National Commission for UNESCO. And the Korean National Commission is, does anyone know where it is? Has anyone been there? It's in Myeongdong, which is, I believe, the business district. And they have quite a big office. So for example, if you were looking for a volunteer opportunity or you wanted to propose a project that you want to develop, then you could go to the National Commission office and meet with the officers who work there, because they are part of the government, they're part of the Korean government, but as I said, they exist to help spread the UNESCO mandate and implement UNESCO related projects in the countries. So well done for the responses on this. Okay, this is the last question. So who do you think is the Korean representative to UNESCO? Could be Lisa. Okay, so I don't see the numbers moving. So I will end it here. And of course, the Korean representative to UNESCO is Ambassador Ms. Park Sang-mi. UNESCO has permanent delegations, so often these are the embassies of the respective countries to the Republic of France. And often ambassadors to France are also accredited to be their permanent delegate to UNESCO. And some countries have separate roles for the ambassador to France and the permanent delegate to UNESCO, but a lot of smaller countries combine these roles. And for the Republic of Korea, it would be Ambassador Park Sang-mi. So she would be in France and be responsible for day-to-day engagement with UNESCO headquarters. She would be participating in meetings representing the country to UNESCO. So sadly, it's not BTS, and it's not Lisa, and it's not Ban Ki-moon, who, as we all know, was actually Secretary General of the UN Secretariat. So that concludes our quiz. Thanks for taking part. How do you think you did? Did most of you get the answers correct? Or was some of the information new to you? Happy with the responses? Not so happy? Broadly happy. Okay, great. Thanks for taking part. Okay, so for maybe the next 10 minutes, I'll elaborate a little bit on what I had in the quiz today, and then we'll have a bit of a question and answer about some of that. Then we'll take a break, and then we'll go into the presentation portion, speaking about UNESCO in specifics. So as I mentioned, and as mentioned in the quiz, the UN system was something that came into existence following World War II. So 1945 was the date that the UN Charter was signed, and it is also the date when the UNESCO Constitution was formed. And UNESCO's constitution, it really starts with a very beautiful line. It starts with the line, building peace in the minds of men and women, and that's something that I think you have heard many times before. That really is the foundation of what the organization exists to do, to ensure that through education, through cooperation in the area of culture, of disseminating information, disseminating knowledge, then we would be able to address the issues of conflict between countries, which, in the case of World War II, was the largest conflict that the world had seen at that point. And as I mentioned, it's really been sort of dominated by Western countries. I mean, you have to think about that in the context of the conflict that just ended. So most of the headquarters, most of the decisions have been made in Western countries, whether that's New York or in the case of UNESCO in Paris. But there has been a shift in recent times, especially with the current geopolitical situation, to move UNESCO headquarters and, to move the UN headquarters to cities in the global south, such as in Nairobi, to increase the presence in Nairobi so that people are not sitting in, like a New York office where there is, little to no programming going on, but more closer to the people that UN programs are meant to reach. So this is something that has taken, sort of an 80-year process, right? So you really have to kind of think about, thinking about what the UN does, what are the limitations. You have to think about how it began, and then, what are the ways that it can evolve to meet the needs of the global context today. In the case of UNESCO, it's governed by three structures. One is the General Conference, which I mentioned. It met in 2019, and then the next time was 2021. So that would be a 2-year cycle. This year is a time that we have a General Conference, which is when all of the member states come together and decide what should be the area that UNESCO works on for the next 2 years, and then it also has like a longer-term strategy for where UNESCO should go. It also has something called the executive board, where certain countries are elected to the executive board. So, for example, Korea could be elected to represent the Asia Pacific region. So this is regional, and then it is some of the countries in the region that are voted to be on that board, and then it has roles in terms of, again, governing and deciding the structure and direction of UNESCO. It follows a system of one country, one vote. So something that might be erroneously thought is because you're a bigger donor country, like for example the United States, you would be a bit more privileged in terms of deciding at the General Conference or in the executive board that I mentioned what decisions are made. But this is not the case. It follows a system of one country, one vote. So it doesn't matter if you're a big country in terms of how much money you put into the system. It doesn't matter if you're a small country in terms of your contributions. All of the countries give a tax to the UN as a percentage of both the GDP and also a percentage of the population of that country. So in the same way that you will all become taxpayers to Korea or to your respective countries, we're all taxpayers to the UN or the multilateral system, and it's through this funding that the UN system operates. So countries that have larger economies like the US, this is the reason that they have a larger presence in terms of the budget, but it doesn't impact the vote that they should have in the General Conference or other governing bodies of UNESCO. I mentioned the 5 areas. I'll have a bit of more examples, so I'll present that in the slides. And then we'll go into some specific examples of youth-led projects and how I think you can get involved with them. But in this area, does anyone have any questions or anything that you would like to know about the UN system and UNESCO's role in it? So let's kind of make it a bit more interactive. So if you have any questions that you're interested in knowing about UNESCO, we'll kind of move into a question and answer, and then I'll have a microphone, or you can grab this microphone, or you can use the one in front of you, and then I can speak a little bit about there for the first portion. So should we have a show of hands if anyone has any questions that they want to ask at this stage? Yes, Delegate of France. And you can use your microphone.
I want to ask that you said that each country pays tax to UN, but I wonder, is there any other ways to earn funds or money to do such like projects in UNESCO?
Yes, that's a very important question. So as I mentioned, we all, as citizens of our countries, we pay a tax when we work. We pay that tax to our government, and part of that government funds, they will go to international organizations that country is a member of as an assessed contribution. So this is called assessed because it's a tax. Everyone has to pay it, and as I mentioned, it's based on percentages of your GDP and your overall population. And this is something that forms the regular budget. It's something that builds the building, keeps the building running, the lights, the AC, paying staff to work in UN organizations and to run programs, all of that. But a bigger part of the budget comes from voluntary contributions. So these are VC from individual member states, and they have a really, really important role in keeping the programming going, because otherwise there wouldn't be enough funds for all of the things that the UN is mandated to do. So for example, the Republic of Korea is a very big donor to UNESCO in terms of education. A lot of education programs, not just in Asia Pacific, but in other regions such as Africa and all over the world, they are particularly funded by the Korean government, and that has a very big impact. So it's Korea is a very important partner to UNESCO. Other countries that have a large presence, for example, Nordic countries are very big donors, and they primarily fund projects that are related to, for example, advancing gender equality and advancing inclusion and equality in general. So countries can decide what areas that they would particularly like to contribute to the UN system under the different areas that it works in. So this is a very important part of the organizations indeed. And of course, the other part is the UN agencies also go out and seek funding by themselves. So besides money that is received from governments, the UN also very actively engages in resource mobilization to raise funding from private companies or from foundations, and also from individuals. If individuals want to donate to, for example, UNICEF, there's a lot of different drives. I think you must have been, on some, plane rides where, the staff will come and ask if you want to make a donation to UNICEF. So UN agencies put in a lot of effort to raise more funds to keep the programs going, and so that it reaches as a high number of benefactors as possible. Thanks for that question. Anyone else? Delegate of Jamaica.
The delegate of Jamaica would like to ask how much authority UNESCO has when it comes to promoting its agendas. It was stated that UNESCO does issue out recommendations regarding its agendas, but does UNESCO have additional jurisdiction when it comes to promoting those agendas, and through that, what is the way of communication, and what is the way of maintaining relationships between UNESCO and governments around the world?
That's a very good question. Related to the first part, there are three types of international documents, normative documents that UNESCO produces. Conventions which are binding, so they're in form of international law. So it's very difficult to create and pass a convention, and not all things can be at the convention level. So these are very, these have the highest level of enforcement as a form of international agreement between countries. The second and third mechanisms that UNESCO has under its normative authority is declarations and recommendations. So I mentioned earlier the example of the recommendation on the ethics of AI. So these are voluntary. So these are meant to be best practices for countries to adopt and to set ethical or other principles, principles-based declarations that we think member states should use. So the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, they were developed in consultation with all 193 member states, but they're not a law in, they're not a law in the Korean legal system, for example, that says, you can or you can't do this. They're what we think are principles that should be considered when Korea does develop its legal ecosystem on artificial intelligence or other digital technologies. But we don't enforce them through hard measures. So how can it be impactful? Like if it's not enforceable, then what's the point of having it, right? One is to have a consensus internationally. So this recommendation or this normative instrument on AI is the only one in the world right now which both the United States and China have agreed to. So it's very rare to have an international forum where both of these countries say we are part of this, we're both signatories to this document on AI, and we both have an obligation as UNESCO member states to apply its principles when it comes to national policy making on AI. And that's something that doesn't exist with the other principles that exist on artificial intelligence, such as OECD principles, which are specific to OECD nations such as Korea, or the EU AI Act, which is a regulation that is specific to the European Union, but it does affect entities that might be operating in the European Union jurisdiction. So in order to make it impactful, a lot of the work involves advocacy. A lot of it involves, I mentioned the 52 field offices of UNESCO, working with national governments through these field offices to have dialogue with the member states on why this is significant and why it should be applied and used as widely as possible. And the third element is capacity building, working with universities, for example, that might be conducting AI research, working with think tanks, working with civil society groups that are wanting to push the government when it comes to looking at AI from like a human rights perspective. For example, we have a role in promoting what NGOs are doing and trying to work with them to make sure their concerns are heard by the government. So there's multiple different ways through our programs that we try to influence countries. So one is being an international forum for all of these countries to sit, much as you're doing right now in the same room, around this single issue, to be a neutral ground for all of these different countries to meet that might not necessarily be on the best of terms, to be that international convener to create that in consensus space. Secondly, as I mentioned, that sort of advocacy work where you're generating knowledge, where you're working directly to help with the policy making at the national level in alignment with global standards. And then the third component is programs that are designed towards capacity building, raising the capacity of national partners around that specific issue to make sure that they have arsenal of knowledge to apply. So these are some of the three mechanisms that UNESCO can use, even when there's no hard law or no mechanism for enforcing certain ideals through hard mechanisms. So hopefully that answers your question. Yes, please, Delegate of Kenya.
Thank you for your brief presentation and also the quizzes. And I have basically I have two questions. And as a delegate of Kenya, we're so honored to host many of the UN agencies that are being relocated from Global North. That's the good news for all of us here. And my questions are basically two. And what are the progress towards like the Global South? Like now offices are being relocated, but like if you see it on the ratios, like the decision-making roles taken by the Global South is still insignificant. And while majority of programs and interventions are focusing Global South, but the decisions are made by the Global North. And then what are the progress towards that direction? And my second question is like in the present, it's like, as we know, like it's just budget is a main constraint that the UN is facing right now. So in the presence of the budget cuts and members are either not paying their like fully assessed membership fee or delayed payment, and then what are the mechanisms that UN agencies and UNESCO's trying to be creative about or to challenge that, and so that the programs don't get compromised also, or the job cuts. And thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your questions, which are very timely, and reflects the challenges of the UN today. So starting with your second question, as we all know, like this is a period of challenges for the multilateral system. And remember what I said about, this system was set up after World War II. So in terms of who had more of an influence in setting up the structures, these would be countries that had a very large, influence on the world order after the end of World War II. But since then, it's been 80 years, right? So that's a very long time, and the world has really shifted and changed since then. And as a result of that, the way that the UN operates is consequently also almost 100 years old and not reflective of the needs of the current world. So of course, part of that is an issue with budgets. Many countries today, don't feel that the UN is really delivering value for the amount of money you're paying. You're paying tax, and then your government pays a tax to be a member of these organizations. And what's the point of that is a question a lot of countries are asking. So part of that, part of the response to that is the UN 80 reform. So just to be clear, this is an initiative by the UN Secretariat, which of course is led by the Secretary General Antonio Guterres. UNESCO is part of the UN system, but it's a UN specialized agency, looking at the 5 areas that I mentioned, but it's not part of the UNESCO UN Secretariat. So these are 2 separate entities. It's very important not to mix them up. But at the same time, of course, we are also, we have a liaison, office with them. We are also, part of that wider system. So in that sense, the reform efforts are also relevant to us. In terms of UNESCO very specifically, because I can only speak about UNESCO, the US will leave as a member state. They've left many times before, actually, so this is the 3rd time they will be leaving, and they will no longer be a member state as of 2026. So what we've been looking at over the past 2 years is what will the budget scenario look like when the US is not a paying member. So part of what the UNESCO management has done is to ensure that programs are still funded even in the absence of the United States, and also deepening partnerships with other countries to make sure that we still have enough funding. And in fact, I would say that UNESCO is actually much better funded and in a much better position than a lot of UN agencies. And that, I think, is because of the non-political nature of UNESCO's mandates, working on culture and education. These are issues that countries can get behind, and we, of course, are non-political. So we don't take any kind of political position. And I, as a UNESCO staff member, I also don't express public opinions on political matters related to different countries. So our organization is very non-political in nature, and through that that's a very important factor in terms of being able to build consensus among countries is to maintain that neutrality. As to the first part of your question, this is my personal opinion. It's not the opinion of my employer, but the multilateral organizations, I think, have done pretty poorly in terms of being more attuned to the needs of stakeholders. As I said, it's been very much led from Western European or North American cities, and that the fact that the headquarters, like all of the decision makers, are based in those locations, it does have an impact on the decisions that go on. So I think this is something that has been seen historically. My personal experience and personal observation is that these organizations, such as UNESCO, are taking a lot of effort to change that. So this is something that's been going on for a very long time. It didn't start, with recent geopolitical factors. Since 2000, so 25 years ago, UN agencies such as UNESCO have been taking action so that decision making is decentralized to field offices, the 52 field offices that I mentioned. So, for example, people who are working in the Bangkok office, who are working in the Jakarta office, who are working in the Beijing office, they are more able to make decisions on the kind of programming and strategic directions that should be taken in Asia Pacific, for example. And same for the African region and the offices that are based in Africa and African countries. So all of this has been a very long-term process to make sure that more of the strategic thinking, more of the decisions are being made, or at least being heard from field offices rather than in the headquarters, which might be in Rome for FAO, for example, or Paris for UNESCO, or UN Secretariat headquarters in New York. So my personal opinion is that this is something that has been ongoing, and some agencies such as UNESCO, I think, have are doing different levels of decisions to make sure that this is the case. It's also really related to your second question, because part of the strategy is to make sure that we are creating stronger relationships with countries that previously might not have been so engaged with UNESCO. But we want to make sure that countries that maybe were a smaller donor in the past, they are more engaged with UNESCO. And in fact, I think it also presents an opportunity for the countries as well, right? For example, Indonesia, which is a mid-income country, which is on track to be a high-income economy by 2045. They are very interested in engaging with non-political multilateral organizations like UNESCO, because it's a way for Indonesia to get its own interests out there in the world and to engage in a international forum around very important thematic issues, but in a form of non-political leadership on the international stage. So I would say that opportunities for countries that are have not been considered part of the global north, there will be opportunities for these countries within the multilateral system to take more of a defining role. So I feel that that this is part of the necessary transition, and we will see evidence of that in the coming coming years and maybe decades. So, yeah. Yes, please.
Thank you for recognizing. I just wanted to simply ask about a financial topic, which is if there's a nation which has a cultural heritage that is designated by UNESCO, if the country comes short to preserve that heritage by financial issues, does UNESCO support financial support such as donation or fund or even ODA? And if UNESCO does that procedure, is there any specific department that's in charge of that financial support procedure? Thank you.
Yeah, that's an interesting question because this is something that has happened before where countries will have a World Heritage Site, but they won't be able to maintain it. And that can cause risk that the World Heritage Site designation will be taken away because it doesn't meet the requirements that should have been there to make sure that it does qualify to be a WHC. There are some cases where they've actually voluntarily not become a World Heritage Site. For example, Liverpool City, they decided that they wanted to build a bridge which would change the skyline of the city, the historical, very beautiful skyline, and it was a significant enough change that it would no longer meet the original qualifications of why they were granted that status. But they made a decision that it was more economical to build this bridge, and it would be, it would have more economical value to the city to have this, bridge for, commerce, for movement, rather than being a World Heritage Site. So they actually voluntarily decided to, give back this status as a World Heritage City. So sometimes it can be voluntary, and sometimes you can be at risk of losing the status because, as you mentioned, the government or the country didn't have enough funds to maintain that site. It's not a very large part of what we do. It's certainly something that I believe could be addressed to the Secretariat. There is a Secretariat specifically responsible for World Heritage Sites. And one famous example where funds were raised for a specific site would be, for example, the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, which was burnt down. So there was a lot of action to make sure that funds were raised to return it to its former status. And UNESCO was also involved in that, in receiving some of the funds and then spending it towards that particular site because it had cultural value. So that's a little bit of a related response in that there could be sort of ad hoc action to try and help. But some sites are more at risk than others. So it could be very, it could depend on the specific case and what is this exact situation that the World Heritage Site is in. Yes, please. First, Ukraine, and then we'll go to the delegate from Iran.
Thank you. As you have mentioned about like the 5 sectors or 5 pillars of UNESCO's works, I was wondering if like the working members or the staffs in UNESCO would rather focus on one specific agenda for like, for example, like education, or if there are more cases that goes across each like themes. And if so, I was wondering how would they work throughout reaching a like interactions or interrelating works throughout each like parts of those UNESCO's theme.
So I think part of that information will be in the slides, because now after 5 minutes I'll go into showing you some slide decks. But just sort of broad response to your question, as I said, we don't just decide what we want to do, when we wake up. We have a 2-year programming cycle where member states approve programs. They approve the budget and then approve the program. And then we work on spending the budget on the programs that the member states have approved us to do. So this is a 2-year cycle. And it's also very interesting for NGOs and other entities to know about the cycle, because then they can come in and they can become partners while the budget is sort of being disseminated to different offices, and they can start a conversation on collaboration at sort of the right moment in terms of when the funding is there. So as I mentioned before, in our case, in November this year, in 2025, we will have a general conference meeting of all, it's currently 194 member states. Soon it will be 93. And they will approve the next 2 years budget, how much money we can spend, and also the program. What should we spend the money on? So all of that will be divided into the 5 sectors. Then it will be divided between, program and operations at headquarters, and then in program and operations in field offices, the 52 field offices that are all over the world. So that is something that is broadly defined by member states. It's not, we cannot just do whatever we want. So from the perspective of a national NGO or other entity, knowing about these timelines can be very helpful in terms of when you can come in and become a partner and have access to some of that funds that are there for programming, because obviously right now we're at the end of that cycle, so there's very little money that can be spent. It's more about finishing the existing programs and reporting back to the donors around this time, which is August, September 2025, and then in a couple of months we have that new plan again from the General Conference. Yeah, yes, please.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. As a delegate of Iran, I would like to ask whether or should UNESCO be supporting the cross-border cultural collaborations even during the political tension or not? Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Should UNESCO be supporting the cross-border cultural collaborations even during the political tensions or not?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'll sort of give 2 examples in 2 different contexts of what UNESCO is doing. I mentioned earlier that we have an emergency response for education to make sure that education is not interrupted for young people. The other area where we have emergency deployments is in areas of culture, because when there's a violent conflict or there's a war, then cultural artifacts, which are very significant to humanity as a whole, there's a risk that will be lost, and sadly that has happened in many cases before. So part of the response from UNESCO is to try and preserve cultural heritage artifacts in conflict areas where it might be at risk of being destroyed. And it can also be post-conflict to help with the revival. So one of the really big projects that UNESCO did is called Reviving the Spirit of Mosul. And it's a very large project that was funded by many different governments to help with the sort of cultural renaissance or the cultural recovery of the city of Mosul in Iraq following war in that region. So this is something that's quite high profile, and it was done by regional offices to ensure that even when there is political tension, things that are of significance to human beings as a whole, because these ancient sites or ancient artifacts, they're valuable to all of us, because as members of humanity, we all have that shared heritage. So we want to make sure that this is something that future generations can enjoy. So even in the context, especially in the context of political tensions, which can lead to violent conflict, UNESCO comes in and plays a role in trying to preserve the culture. The second example that I wanted to mention is actually I can't quite remember what I wanted to mention as my second example. So hopefully it comes to me as I'm talking. But again, like I said, we also have an emergency response in Ukraine. Part of that is making sure education is not interrupted, but also like the other part is ensuring that cultural artifacts can also be protected in times of war. And the second example I wanted to mention is sometimes there are conflicts between countries when it comes to recording culture. For example, batik. Batik is a technique of printing very beautiful printed fabric. It's very important to both Malaysia and Indonesia, and of course there has been some debate about did batik originate from Malaysia or did it originate from Indonesia, and that can cause tensions between different countries. So one of the things that UNESCO has been promoting is that some intangible cultural heritages, it can be jointly prescribed. So it's a shared heritage of both countries, such as in this case Malaysia and Indonesia, rather than just one country. This is another way that we also promote countries coming together, and then rather than being more divisive and arguing over who should have what. So this is kind of an approach that UNESCO has taken to foster collaboration. So I think that's a very different context, but also kind of addresses your question of is it important to have collaboration with within these contexts? So what's the value like? And the value is that it kind of goes beyond political differences, right? Which can change, with governments, it can change with people, but the overarching value to human beings, not just the people from that country, but also just to the wider human race as a whole is still there. So I think it's still significant that we respond in that way and always take an approach of international collaboration over disagreements, always trying to build consensus. So let's take one more question around sort of the general operations. Maybe we can just go very quickly. Maybe we can go with WHO first, because I think I saw your hand go up first.
First of all, thank you for giving me opportunity to make a question. Well, this is the delegate of WHO, and my question is related to resource allocation. Well, in UNESCO, nearly half of staff based on headquarters, and it means more than 30% of staff are based in headquarters. And I wonder, this kind of imbalance of human resources, there's sometimes maybe, of course, sometimes there may be some problems in reflecting on the ground needs, or I think it is kind of inefficient. It's not efficient or effective in reflecting on the ground needs. Do you agree with this opinion or not? And if you so, do you have some suggestion for this problem?
Thanks for that. I'll just quickly get the other two delegates who raised their hands, and then I'll give one response before we go into a little bit of a break to refresh ourselves. So please, delegate of FIFA first, and then I can't quite see your sign, but great, thank you. You'll be the last question. So over to you, FIFA.
Thank you. You've mentioned about the UNESCO gaining income by funding of member states. Are there any other sources of income? And does UNESCO publicly, transparently show their expenses to the public of what they are spending money-wise?
Okay, and the last question?
Thank you for an insightful lecture. And my question could be too broad and vague, but I'm curious about that. The most important goal of UN is Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, as we know, and there are many diverse institutions that are related to this core mission, and I'm curious about that. What is the most significant and unique role about UNESCO, because we are learning about UNESCO? Yeah, thank you.
Did you say, unique?
Yeah, most significant and unique role of UNESCO.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for those questions. So the first two questions are a little bit related, and it's fantastic that you guys all take an interest in understanding the financial implications, because that's very important to keeping it all going. My personal opinion is yes, that there are many areas for improvement, but I can't speak for the organization. I only want to share my own personal thoughts on that, but for sure that the human resources could be allocated differently so that more people are working in different regions. They're more able to meet with different stakeholders face to face, for example, like we are meeting now, so that we can the organization can have a better sense of what people want. This might be maybe more efficient than having more people at headquarters. Of course, there is a role at headquarters, which is, of course, to have international diplomacy, right? So I'm not suggesting that headquarters doesn't have an important role, which is very different and more targeted at this role of being a convener of international forums. But yes, I think it is it's not a question of should it, but it must, because if the UN system is to be relevant 80 years after World War II in a very different world, then it just has to change. So I don't think it's a question. I think it's just sort of fact that this is something that will all have to be addressed, and it is being addressed. Secondly, yes, the resources are publicly, you can't find this information publicly because it's a public organization. It is funded by all of our taxpayer funds to our respective countries. So we all have a right to know how the money is being spent. So I mentioned things like the general conference. So these are live streamed on YouTube. So there are many public meetings that can be looked on the webcast on the website. They always have a web stream when it happens. You can follow. If you're very interested, some people are. You can follow, or you can read the outcome documents from these meetings of the governing body, like the executive board or the general conference, and you can understand more what are some of the decisions that come from these. And often, a lot of the things that the UN is criticized for example, it's criticized for doing too much, like everywhere. Like you choose, what's most important to you, like what's your most unique, unique role. But often these are actually a result of what member states tell the UN to do. Like they have, the conference, and they tell, this is your, the areas that we want you to be working in for the next 2 years or 4 years, or etc. So often a lot of what is criticized about the UN actually comes from the member state. So I think it's very important for you to know what your own member state is, how are they interacting with UN. For example, in my quiz, I had that section about who is the Korean representative to UNESCO. So a lot of it is also up to the member states as well to see what kind of organization they want to have, like, and they make the decisions. They are the ultimate people in authority. In terms of the unique role, I would just go back to the Constitution. It's very broad, but it's a beautiful statement that the organization exists to build peace, and part of that is going to be on culture, like I mentioned, cultural heritages that are 10,000 years old. They shouldn't be destroyed because there's a war going on between two groups of people. Education shouldn't be interrupted just because there's a conflict going on in your country and it's not safe to go to school anymore. And things like AI and things like emerging technology, they have the potential to cause conflict between countries because of things like national security and things like competition and economic competition. But that doesn't mean as human beings, our human rights shouldn't be respected when it comes to technology and the role they can have in our lives. So it's important for organizations like UNESCO to exist and to have a role in first consensus building, being an international convener around these important topics, to raise awareness, work directly with member states on national policy, and third, to build capacity of different partners. So all of these are important, and I think come together to play that unique role of trying to build international cooperation between countries. So hopefully all of those can be given importance by member states, and hopefully you can work with your own representatives to UNESCO, such as the National Commission and also the the different government officials, because they work for us, right? Like our governments work for us to make sure that they're actively engaged in these processes. And that's what you're also here to learn about, right? By taking part in the simulation of the CJEPs, which is a specific form of international meeting around sports. So I will make a pause here so we can take a quick break. We can stretch ourselves. I know you've got a long day ahead of us, so I don't want you to tire yourself out by losing your energy. So do get up, do stretch, and then as I mentioned, I'll present a little bit more about specific programs that we're working on in Asia Pacific, and then we'll have a little bit of an interactive dialogue on how you can get involved, and we can have some brainstorming about what are some ways that you can be part of international cooperation careers or etc. that you might be interested in. So we'll have a bit more of this interaction, but in the meantime, just take a stretch, stand up, and move around the room a little bit, and then we can start to talk again around the slides at 11:10. So we'll take a 6-minute break. earlier, which is good because then we can have food and then have some more discussions over lunch before moving on into the formal debate session, and then there will be a announcement about that. So just to keep kind of the things more interactive, as I said, and we're having more of a dialogue. I'm just going to skip right into the brainstorming session without necessarily going into the presentations, because I think you would have had the opportunity to just do your own research about the things that UNESCO works on. So we'll just have a bit more of this sort of Q&A where you ask me specific questions that are most interesting to you, and then I can answer based on my experiences. But we won't sit through a presentation that will kind of make you a bit more tired. And I said, this isn't university. This is your voluntary activity. So the idea is you're learning things, but you're also engaged and you're talking to each other and you're making friends. So we don't have to keep it so serious. So we won't have that kind of presentation. We can continue the Q&A as I said, but what I'd like you to do for me is if you could kind of broadly group yourselves as where you're sitting now. So in the front row, there's five people. In the row after that, I see there's 4 of you. It could be the 3 of you here, and then the 2 of you here, and then the 3 of you here. So without kind of really moving around so much in the room, just kind of see where you're at, who's next to you, who's your neighbor. If you don't have a neighbor, you can move over one chair and have a neighbor and have a conversation about the guiding questions that I'm going to give you. And then I would like you to report back to me as a reporter, not about what you said, but about what your neighbor said. And then from then we'll just have a bit of a discussion, and then we'll do that for the next 20 minutes so that we can use it as a way to have a Q&A component as well. So just kind of get a sense of who you're sitting next to, who your conversation buddy is going to be, and then please form your discussion around these points. One, did you learn anything about UNESCO that you didn't know before? And if you have any unanswered questions about, what is the role of UNESCO? Why does it matter? Is it necessary? Is it not? What are some unanswered questions that you have about the organization? And then the third, as a youth, and I mean as a youth, what I mean by that is, someone who's in education. You guys are either completing your bachelor's degrees or in your graduate education, and most of you seem to have interest in having a career in the international arena more broadly, even if it's not just UNESCO or the UN. You would like to work in an international arena or work in development. So I would like the third part of your conversation to center around what are your plans for that, and what do you think that organizations like UNESCO, what kind of role do you think it can play in terms of your career, in terms of how you can engage with organizations, whether that's through internship, whether that's through volunteer opportunities, whether that's through you pitching a project and you working with one of the 52 offices that UNESCO has, or the 193 national commissions that it has. So the third part would be around your role as a young person, how you think you can get involved, and what you would want to see from these organizations. So did you learn anything new? What are some unanswered questions that you have? And third, how do you want to get involved as a young person? So please have a conversation with your neighbors, just in groups of 2 or 3, quite informally. Just see what makes sense, and then I will kind of go around and ask you to report on the conversation. So let's have that bit of a chat for the next 10 minutes, and then I'll come back to you. Okay, let's wrap up the conversations and we'll do the reporting. So you're going to be mini rapporteurs. I can do something very scary, which is to call on somebody and they go first, or people can volunteer themselves and decide to go first. So I can be very, dictatorial about it, or we can have a bit of a consensus, but it's up to you. So let's just quickly go around. We might not go with all of the groups, but we'll try to kind of be representative of the different areas that people are sitting in, and then we can hear a little bit of what our colleagues have discussed and have gotten to know from each other. So I'm just going to pick up my watch so I can have a way to keep track of time, and then I'll start with this grouping here. Does anybody want to go first, or do I play dictator and select someone? Any hands? All right. So introduce yourself, and then your colleagues a little bit, and then just tell us what you discussed and what are some of the things that you found out.
Hi, it's me, Fatima, delegate of Islamic Republic of Iran, and with my neighbor, he's the delegate of Jamaica, and we didn't discuss all of the questions like until now, but what we got to know from the lecture before, it was he got to know about the 3 forms of how UNESCO forms or implements the ideals, like the declaration, recommendation, and the convention things. And he got to know like how, as he asked the question earlier in the lecture, like how much UNESCO holds the power of making the decisions within the country. So that's what we discussed about.
Okay. Thanks for response. I'd like to ask someone else from your team to elaborate a bit on what your last phrase said, which is very interesting to me. The power that UNESCO has. So, what power do you think that is it very powerful in your opinion? Is it not so powerful? Thank you for your response. I'll just ask someone else to add on to that to, just hear their perspective on, do they agree, or what do they think about that statement? Hands? No eye contact? All right. No pressure.
Thank you. We were able to go through all of the questions, all 3 of them. It's like the first thing that we learned from this session is like that the fact that UNESCO advocate that the press freedom. So that was, we haven't thought of it before today's session. And also from our discussions, also we learn about how UNESCO advocates its programs towards the youth. In particular, in delegate of Pakistan's country, they had this goodwill program using the K-pop idols, like targeting youth particularly to attract and promoting UNESCO's roles and programs and interventions. And addressing the second question, the one thing that we unanswered question is that it's really solely rely on the first one, which is the advocating press freedom. And then we would be interested to learn how it is conducted in a grassroots level. As a delegate of Kenya, I know for how ICJ, press freedom is important in a country, and where the freedom of citizens having access to information, and then also would like to learn how it's conducted and is on UNESCO. as a UNESCO one of its mandates. So the third question is it's briefly tap into how do you want to get involved in we discussed about, as we highlighted, the Goodwill program. So we would like to involve in Goodwill program and learn more about the UNESCO's program initiative and interventions, and also involved in fundraising program, because every program needs its own funding, and then it's using dynamic ways to help towards the right direction. And then also why, because it focuses on youth, and then also there are the youth programs, and UNV, UN volunteers, and various UN agencies also provide platforms to do that. So yeah, thank you.
Great. That's an excellent response from both delegates of Kenya and Iran. So thanks for representing your de facto teams discussions and reporting back on that. Yes, I'm very glad I was able to mention press freedom, because it's one of the underreported areas that we do a lot of work on, actually, but most people are more familiar with the cultural work and the education work. But it's one of the 5 key programmatic areas that UNESCO is mandated to work in. And we, for example, we keep a list of we have a monitoring of journalists at risk, and that can be because they're in an environment where there's limited press freedom, and the freedom and the safety of journalists is at threat. Because the country is at some sort of conflict, and they don't want journalists to report on that. So in these sort of very sensitive topics, UNESCO also works. We work to through this monitoring, we keep track of journalists that might have been killed in the line of duty, that are at risk because of their role as people who are obligated to inform the public of what's going on in different contexts. And we try to work with governments to make sure that the safety of journalists are respected by law. One of the things that my colleague in Jakarta did is she worked with the National Police Agency in the Philippines to train them on how journalists can be protected during protests or riots, because journalists are often a target by the police, because they're documenting what's going on, and in order to kind of prevent the information from being reported very negatively, journalists are sometimes very much at risk in these sort of riot or conflict situations in public disturbances. So she trained Philippine police agency on how to protect journalists and ensure their safety is respected, and also to help the country develop guidelines on the protection of journalists in such cases. So I think that's very tangible, and I think it's also an important part of what UNESCO does. So when you're thinking about how to engage with UNESCO, whether that's through careers or as we mentioned, in terms of developing youth projects, do also remember that there's a lot that we do outside of education and culture, and all of that information can more or less be found on the website. I think the website is getting better at informing the public of what the organization does. That's an excellent start. Just gonna look around and see who's not making eye contact with me. Just kidding. Would you two like to go, or do you want to have a little bit of a time? Do you want to go for? You want some time? Okay, that's all right. Is there any other team that are kind of ready to share their findings? Excellent. I think you asked a question, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna ask Fisu to represent the team. Is that okay with you? You still need more time. That's okay then. So maybe we can go to NOC, and then you can share a bit about your team's findings.
I actually changed my seat, so I represent Ukraine. And the thing our group was wondering was about UNESCO and sports, because we also have IOC, which focuses on sports. So we was wondering what are the different roles that UNESCO and IOC holds. For example, we thought about UNESCO is going for like grassroots sports, while IOC focuses on professional athletes. But we also got into a point where UNESCO deals with anti-doping, while there is a committee named WADA that focuses on doping within the IOC. So we was wondering how IOC and UNESCO works differently or together in terms of sports.
That's a very good question as well. Not many people know UNESCO does sport work as well, which is why I think we do model UNESCO through ICM to kind of give you this sort of introduction. Mr. Cho, if you want to come in, maybe you can also you would like to come in? Okay. Yeah, maybe I can give the microphone to you.
So you just mentioned WADA, right? WADA is the World Anti-Doping Agency. And it was established like around 2008, 2010. And WADA used to be an only department in the IOC. And the sports movement itself, I mean, Olympic movement and professional sports even more, they hadn't been much successful in controlling this doping issue. And you mentioned UNESCO. And then why WADA, established? Because UNESCO launched International Anti-Doping Convention. Convention is multilateral treaty. Once a member state sign, they should follow. They need to implement their domestic laws and regulation and bodies. So we have WADA, we have KADA, Korea Anti-Doping Agency, USADA, US Anti-Doping Agency, RUSADA, Russian Anti-Doping Agency. So the part you just mentioned is actually sport world. It used to be matter of sport world, doping. But these overdose and misuse of all these, say chemicals and ingredients and then medical stuff is not just a sport issue. It was about become like a global issue. So the governments all together in the platform UNESCO decide to take measure, and WADA is outcome of that. So that's it's like first direct intervention and ownership of UNESCO related to sport matters. And then the thing, the CJEPs, and then CJEPs used to be there. MINEPs used to be there. They were not that much focused, right, in UNESCO perspective. But now we learn that all the matters happened in the world of sports, physical education, physical activities, actually relates to what's happening in our society. Because that's why UNESCO social and human science sector, where UNDRAL works, is governing UNESCO. So as the world get interconnected, the matters not simply in sport world and then it's like ordinary people and elite athletes. No, there is no boundary. Now even like teenage wrestlers or boxers, 13 years, 14 years, they use this substance. They do doping. So doping is like the first trusting moment that we learn that the matter that happens in sport world is not only in the sport world. And more importantly, we always say sport for all, and everybody does sports. It means everybody could do doping too. So doping is you just mentioned doping. It's a good example, but not only in terms of doping, all other activities interconnected with each other could affect. And sport is one of the important field people's everyday life. And UNESCO as an intergovernmental organization, now I think gradually, especially launch of People Life and everything, UNESCO gradually taking more and more significance of the world of sport. And you mentioned IOC. We have CJEP's consultative members, and we have IOC represented by Juno, right? IOC is also CJEP's consultative members, and ICM is consultative member. But let me be very frank. Probably IOC with Athletes 365, they are the only one who have like directly more connecting with Philippe and everybody. So they are the leading figure. The IOC is the leading figure in the CJEP's consultative session, and also leading figure in the when UNESCO needs to hear some ideas and then opinion based on expertise. That's how they are connected, and it's in broader UN system too. Let me add this, like now IOC has their permanent observer in the United Nations in New York. It's an IOC member from Latin America, and that was a big step because they care, because governments really works and they could affect everything that happens in the Olympic movement. So that's kind of interaction we are currently having in the world of sport and in the world itself. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And Mr. Cho mentioned the Convention on Anti-Doping in Sports, right? So these are one of the three types of normative standards that UNESCO can produce. So if it's a convention, then the countries that have signed on, the signatories, they must implement what's in the convention. So they must report back to the Secretariat at UNESCO on how it is being enforced within that country. And there's a national anti-doping agency, NADOS, who are responsible for this reporting back to UNESCO. And then we monitor, are countries on track? Are they, able to implement and adhere to the convention requirements? And sometimes we provide technical advice as well in order to help them in case that they are, either not, whether it's difficulties with the reporting or any other kind of technical advice they need in order to be compliant with the convention. So this is the sort of highest level of obligation that countries can have in terms of, normative standards from UNESCO. So that's a very good convention to mention, and not many people, except for you guys, because you're here, know that we also have this convention on anti-doping in sports. All right, let's go for 10 more minutes, so we have time for some housekeeping and announcements at the end. So let's have 2 more teams. If anyone wants to raise their hand on if they want to share. We've already heard. Excellent. I want to hear from this side of the room as well. Since you raised your hand, do you want to go and speak for your team and report back on what you discussed? Okay.
Our team discussed about U.S. exiting UNESCO, and we were curious about, is there some difference between U.S. Before U.S. exited and after U.S. exited? Because U.S. is the nation that has donated and given much funds to UNESCO. So how can UNESCO survive without U.S. fund? And we were also discussing about if the new president will be elected, then U.S. will be coming to UNESCO again or not. This was our problem.
That's a very contemporary question. I will only speak about UNESCO because, as I said, within the UN system, there are different agencies. There's the UN Secretariat, which is its own thing. There's the other agencies and funds like UNICEF, the World Health Organization. So everyone is in a different situation because we are within the UN system. We are all governed by our own governing bodies. We are, Antonio Guterres is not the head of UNESCO, for example. So I will only speak about the UNESCO context. And we do not comment on political matters. The organization is non-political. So from our Director General, an official statement was made saying, of course, we regret that the United States is withdrawing and is not part of the international dialogue. And if they decide to come back, we will also always welcome them back because we think it's important to be part of this conversation. That being said, we're not surprised, and we have prepared in terms of the financial situation with how we can operate successfully without U.S. funding. And frankly, this is the 3rd time this has happened, so it's not very surprising. It's not like, it's really not shocking. In fact, they only came back. First of all, does anyone know why they left the last time? So they left, it was actually not during a Republican administration. Many people think it's the Republican administration that that decides that they don't want to be part of the US. Like they previously left in the 1980s because they believe that the Soviet Union had too much of a voice on education matters, and they didn't want to be part of this organization that was putting too much emphasis on hearing from the Soviet Union, according to their own perspective. So that was one time they left, and it was during President Reagan's administration that decision was made. But the last time they left was over UNESCO's acceptance of Palestine as a member state. So according to US laws, they are not able to give funding to international organizations that recognize Palestine as an independent member state. So it didn't really matter who was the president, which administration was there at the time, because according to U.S. laws, they're not able to be a member. One of the decisions, one of the very key issues that made them renegotiate their entry back into the UNESCO organization was AI. So I mentioned before in the Mentee the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. This became the first document when it was adopted in 2021 on global standards on AI. What standards should all countries follow when it comes to creating AI regulation? And this was one of the first documents to come out with these principles, and it was the first global one, meaning all of the different regions are a member of this. So in order to be part of this conversation on AI within UNESCO, which had a very strong voice in global AI governance, the US decided to come back and re-engage with UNESCO, specifically because they wanted to make sure, alongside countries like China, they were being heard and they had a voice, and they were able to make decisions. Because if you're not in the room, you cannot decide, right? You don't have you don't have that platform. So AI was one of the key issues that was the reason for them to come back. They officially rejoined as a member state in July 2023 after a period of negotiation on what the conditions would be. One of the things that was discussed was they should pay their back taxes. So when they left, they had actually owed the organization money, and they never paid it. They just left. So one of the things that UNESCO negotiated was, when you come back, you have to pay your back taxes. You already owe money, and you should be paying that, as well as your assessed contributions going forward. And this was something that they had agreed to at the time. But obviously, within a very short 2-year period, this was a period of special review, by the way. This wasn't like a surprise that they left, because it was always like on the condition that after 2 years, they would do a review of whether they will continue to stay in UNESCO or not. So from the organization's perspective, we always had, like a different financial scenarios. Plan A with US as a member state, Plan B without US as a member state, in order to prepare for its situation where the US is not a member state. So from my perspective, specifically for UNESCO, this is not a surprise. We've actually gone through it 3 times before, and we accept that this is the decision of the member state, and then we of course always welcome the dialogue to resume. The door is always open. So this is a very different situation from other UN agencies, for much smaller agencies that were very, very much funded, because most of their funding is from the US, like more than 20%. And they had to, for example, lay off a lot of staff members, because they had to close so many programs, and they couldn't operate anymore. And I, in fact, many people who were working in Laos and in other countries in my region that were affected by this. So speaking for my organization, this was sort of the situation over the past couple of years. Let's do. Thank you for that question. It's very timely, and let's do one more team. And then I'll hand over the floor to Mr. Cho to make some announcements for later today. What team would like to go next? Otherwise, I'm going to do something very scary and just point at someone. You're very brave. Please, you have the floor.
Okay, so we had a question about the structures of the UNESCO, especially for the centers. And we heard that there are the classification of the centers, which is the category 1 and 2. And for the ICM, we heard that it's category 2 centers. And actually, I saw the contents of each centers, and for the category 1 centers, it's actually directly funded by the UNESCO and managed by UNESCO, and it controls the actually broad range of the topics. But in case of the ICM, it's only focuses on the martial arts. And I'm curious about the how consensus with the UNESCO and the government has made, because the ICM is funded by the government, is what I believe. So, and also the like why UNESCO like had a thoughts of try to focus on the martial arts for the youth. So I'm like kind of curious about that decision making process with the government and the UNESCO for the category 2 centers.
Thanks for that question. I'll also ask Mr. Cho to give a response as well in terms of, the structure of ICM, how it engages with UNESCO as, a center under the auspices of UNESCO. And then I'll come back in and say a little bit about, the decision making between, why category 1 and 2, like, again, who gets to decide what, who are the decision makers in terms of where these centers are set up and how they are governed. But specifically about ICM, I'll ask Mr. Cho to give a response.
So the ICMs, like you said, like it's category 2, and then I think I briefly explained about category 2 is like it's basically I simply said like it's a joint venture between the UNESCO and the member state government, because UNESCO is United Nations Education, Scientific and Culture, and science, even like natural science and social and human sciences. So the scope of work that UNESCO needs to cover, if they have all the resources, it's too broad. So in certain part of the work, it's like those works don't get much focus. So member states raise their hand. This part we would like to contribute, and then our contribution will be aligned with your mission, but we'll be funding them. That's the logic. In case of ICMs, like the ICMs at the beginning, the idea was like there used to be more emphasis within social and human sciences, but then not these days, is traditional sports and games. So traditional sports and games covers not only martial arts, but 줄다리기, 제기차기, tug of war, and all different types. So the idea of center firstly suggested with like the traditional sports and games, but being very frank, I think I can talk in this manner because I'm not part of UNESCO, but traditional sport and games, there's so much, clash around the origin, who's which country, which nation, which ethnic group is the owning this tradition, and all these things. You recently heard about like the military skirmish between Cambodia and Thailand, and that's not only about the heritage site. It's like a couple of years ago, Cambodia inscribed Kun Bokato, which looks for us same with Muay Thai, but Cambodia inscribed it into UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List. And Thai people got mad because everybody knows Muay Thai, who know Kun Bokato. This is an example. So traditional sports and game needs some emphasis at the time. And then they learned that if we need to cover this center of ICM become like center for like in traditional sports and games, it will be very difficult. That's what I heard. So they just like minimize and they changed it. It's not center of martial arts. This is center of martial arts for youth development and engagement. So it's not just sticking with traditional martial arts. Any martial arts combat sports which has an impact over youth or which could create positive impact for youth could be part of the ICM's work scope. So this is how ICM begins. And then the difficulty I shared with you, but I need to repeat from ICM is we have 6 other category centers in Korea. World heritage, like documented heritage, like intangible cultural heritage. Each of other 6 centers, they have exactly same team or department within UNESCO. While ICM, there's no dedicated team or like department for martial arts within UNESCO. But as ICM is under governance or like communication with like sports section, that we need to cover. From UNESCO perspective, ICM is the currently only category 2 center working with UNESCO sport. So UNESCO wants us to focus also more on global issues and agenda related to sport and sport matters. And the outcome of this consideration is this model UNESCO. That's why we don't only talk about like martial arts. So that's could give you some better idea. Other category center, they're strictly sticking with their own theme or topic. But in case of ICM, as like ironically, we have not much limitation saying not just martial arts because we don't have exact named counterpart within UNESCO. So if you want to know more about ICM or other category 2 centers, then it would be very much interesting. Especially there are many category 2 centers. Some says 90, some say 100. A lot of them go defunct easily. But Korea, I mean, Republic of Korea is I could say, model country for operating category 2 center. We are very much committed, and government is very strongly willing to support category 2 centers. So not only you and other persons, if you're interested in, if you compare other centers and how they are organized and what kind of activities they are doing and comparing to the ICM, that would be a very interesting point. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very interesting points. As Mr. Cho, last mentioned, sometimes these places, countries like to propose them, right? Because it gives visibility to the country. But the funding is always the main question. So category 2 centers are easier to set up because, of course, the host country has agreed to pay for it. So, of course, it's easier to say yes to someone if they say, I will pay for it. But then the risk is that it might not be sustainable in the long term, and it doesn't have a lot of impact, or it goes defunct. So, it is indeed quite rare that ICM, you can see how how nice the building is. We have this beautiful auditorium that we're meeting in, and of course you have to consider, you have to think about the role of a country like the Republic of Korea, what kind of influence, what kind of contribution it can have to multilateral organizations, and consequently how can Korea position itself as a very prominent country in international fora. So this is kind of a reflection of the power or the abilities that Korea has to play in this space, because not all countries have the same playing field. Category 1 centers, they're harder to set up because UNESCO pays for them. So of course, if you're paying for it, it's a bit harder to answer the question of like how can it be funded and etc. And the topics, I mean, there's a process obviously, but at sort of the high level, at the broad level, who gets to decide where it's set up? It's the countries, because the countries want to propose, at the governing, forums like the intergovernmental forums, the executive board, and then ultimately with approval by the General Conference of all of the member states, the countries themselves, decide they would like to host, a center, whether that be category 1 or 2 or any other kind of entity. And then they lobby for support, and then they negotiate what could be the specific topic in order to make sure it's serving a specific purpose and it's not like repeating what some other organization or entity is doing very close by. So you have to think about sustainability, financing, the need, all of that analysis goes into it. But at the high level, just very broadly, who gets to decide is the member states, because the UN is not a world government. We work for the governments or the member states, and who does the government work for? They work for the people. So ultimately, we always say our beneficiaries are the people of the world, because that's who we're trying to help, right? We're not here to serve any political agenda, but we want to make sure that people at the very individual level sometimes are the ultimate beneficiaries of these activities. Also very interesting example, tying it with, because culture, all of this, can be political, right? Like everything that's not political is political, right? So one of the factors behind the border conflict between Thailand and Cambodia has to do with the fact that they are at disagreement sometimes over like who gets to have ownership of what is a shared culture, or at least culture with many different commonalities. So I mentioned before in an example for on batik, how UNESCO, the strategy is to advocate that countries, rather than competing and saying like this is mine, they acknowledge it as a shared heritage with very specific national differentiations, and it's unique, but at the same time it's part of a shared regional heritage. and to approach it from that perspective of regional collaboration rather than conflict and competition. So this is one of the strategies that UNESCO has and one of the approaches that it advocates for. And then finally, I will add that, as Mr. Cho says, we try to find different ways to keep the UNESCO mandate going, and to find champions and to try to do everything that member states have told UNESCO to do, but we don't always have the resources to do. So besides centers like category 1 and 2 centers, the national commissions are very important because they are a bridge between UNESCO Secretariat, which is UNESCO itself, all the people who work in UNESCO, such as myself, the leadership, the management, everybody, and the governments themselves. So NatComs, we always work with NatComs when we work in an individual country. They are often part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So often the people who work in NatComs or national commissions are staff members of the MOFA. Sometimes they're at the Department of Education, but they're national civil servants who have this employment with the UNESCO commissions. So they are sort of your first resource. So if you are Korean or you working in Korea and you want to get involved with UNESCO, you can go to the NatCom and reach out to them and discuss with them on the 5 areas. And because they're very well informed and well resourced, they can connect you with, Beijing office, they can connect you with the headquarters in Paris, and they can be your first source of information on how, as a Korean, you can get involved with programs. And they often announce many programs themselves, such as internships or other, programs that they design and they lead only for Korean nationals or Korean residents. So they're a good resource to look at and consider as an opportunity to get involved in UNESCO as well. So that's something that I hope that you will also engage with, and on top of institutions like ICM who are also working to spread the message of UNESCO, such as through this model conference. So I've actually gone over my time. So thank you for your patience in letting me go over. But it was really nice to have this dialogue with you. I enjoyed your questions very much. So if you have questions over lunch as a follow-up that you would like to ask one-on-one, or if you would like to get my contact so you can ask questions later over email or LinkedIn, please do feel free. Like, I'm very happy to continue to answer questions even outside of this forum in this auditorium. So please feel free, and thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy your afternoon where you have the deliberations as delegates. So thanks, and good luck for the rest of your day.
Yeah, so the morning lecture is over. Your lunch is ready. Light lunch. Enjoy your lunch. But you will have high stake of sugar later, so enjoy. So the afternoon session, the CJEP's consultative session will start like 1:30. But there could be some announcement to Secretariat, and we need some preparatory time. So please get right here like 1:20. I expect you to be here in 1:20. Enjoy your lunch. Have a good time. Bon appetit. session. It's like CJEP's consultative session. As I explained, these sessions actually could be a backbone for your session from tomorrow. Okay, so it's like we have relatively less rules of procedure, and there will be 3 judges. So one is Undral over there, and this is Dr. Yoon Sang-jik, Chief of Research and Development Team, ICM, and also as members of the Secretariat will be the judge for your performance. We have different judges from tomorrow, so it's like still Secretariat will mark your grade. And let me explain how it comes. The major categories, I think I better share. First, like, how contentful your speech is, plus your research depth. So when you speak out something, it should be something with content. At the same time, if it could have more research background or more backup data, it will be good. And second category I need to share is like, it should be creative and at the same time feasible. And the last category, we aim to produce a suggestion document, which is not resolution, suggestion document. So you should focus more on like, who is insisting what. You better focus on what is insisted. Okay? So while you're going to the end product, your contribution, how respectful you are, and what kind of teamwork you show. Even though you speech through, you can still show your teamwork, support, or any other means. So this is the important part that for the evaluation. And there will be like standard tally sheets, like counting number of speech and then how many minutes, or like how much time you allocated for speech. But that's just the minimal part. And one biggest difference from today and tomorrow's session on, also very important part is consistency that you have, with the country or the member state or the organization you're representing. Today, no. So whether you're from whichever country, we still, call you by the member state or name of the member state or organization. But if you have any creative, feasible idea, that you could feel free to share, and then you could feel free to continue. Okay, this is the purpose of this session. We want something creative. Like I had this brief conversation with Wundral during the lunch, but something they could not hear from intergovernmental dialogue. Something genuinely based on your youth ideas. This is the purpose of session. So, welcome. So, other detailed like topics and everything will be shared by the secretariat and then facilitators. So, enjoy and yeah, have a good time. Thank you.
Will all delegates please come to order? Okay, good afternoon, delegates, and welcome to the first consultative session of the 2025 ICM Model UNESCO. My name is Hwarim Yu, and I will be chairing you for this session. Now, swiftly moving on. Typically, consultative sessions, it's a very free kind of session with very limited formal rules. However, just to give you a heads up of how the roll call and how the debate is going to go tomorrow. For this session, we will be conducting a roll call, and then we will move on to a very short general speakers list. First of all, and also regarding the general speakers list, please keep in mind that the general speakers list for the consultative sessions is different from tomorrow's opening speech. So you would have most likely already prepared an opening speech regarding the agenda and what your country stands on it and what you plan to do in the future during this meeting before your opening speech. That opening speech is not to be conducted today. It is for tomorrow. For today's GSL, if you wish to speak, you may only speak about the subtopic that is set for today's consultative session. Okay. And for the roll call, again, since this is a consultative speech, nothing is going to be binding. However, please keep in mind that when the chair calls out your delegation in alphabetical order, please raise your placard and say either present or present and voting. Please keep in mind that if you answer present and voting, you will not be able to abstain in any of the voting procedures. Now, delegates, please turn off and take away all your digital devices. Digital devices will not be allowed during the session unless the chair makes an exception. Please turn off and put away all your digital devices, including your phone, laptops, and tablet PCs. Another last minute reminder, the topic for this consultative session will be youth in diaspora, refugee, and war settings. Okay. Nuggets, please put away all your digital devices. Okay. Now, seeing that everyone is done, we will now move straightly forward into the roll call. When the chair calls out your delegation, please raise your placard high above your head and answer either present or present and voting. Now, starting with the delegate of Albania,
Present.
delegate of Burundi,
Present.
delegate of Cote d'Ivoire,
Present.
delegate of Finland,
Present.
delegate of France, delegate of Iran,
Present.
delegate of Jamaica,
Present.
delegate of Kenya,
Present and voting.
delegate of Myanmar,
Present.
delegate of Pakistan,
Present.
delegate of Qatar, delegate of Qatar,
Present.
delegate of Russia,
Present.
delegate of Spain,
Present.
delegate of Sri Lanka,
Present.
delegate of Syria,
Present.
delegate of Ukraine,
Present.
delegate of the United Kingdom,
Present.
delegate of Venezuela, delegate of Venezuela, absent, delegate of the ANOC, delegate of the ANOC, absent, delegate of the Council of Europe, delegate of the Council of Europe, absent, delegate of FIFA,
Present.
delegate of the FISU,
Present.
delegate of the ICSSP,
Present.
delegate of the IOC,
Present.
delegate of the IPC,
Present.
delegate of the Right to Play,
Present.
delegate of the UNESCO Chair, Sport, Physical Activity, and Education for Development,
Present.
delegate of UNHCR,
Present.
delegate of UNICEF, delegate of UNICEF, absent, delegate of UN Women,
Present.
delegate of WHO.
Present.
The delegates. With 28 delegates present, the committee has now met a quorum. The simple majority has been set to 14 and the 2/3 majority has been set to 19. Now at this point, we'll be moving on to a general speakers list. Okay, just in case the delegates has forgot, a general speakers list is when the delegate comes up to the podium and delivers a speech about their country's stance regarding this topic. Typically, during a consultative session, a general speakers list will not happen. However, since it is our first session and the delegates are still unfamiliar about each and other country's stance, we'll be conducting a short general speakers list. The time, under the discretion of the chair, the time of the individual speaking time of the GSL will be set to 60 seconds. And no passing will be temporarily be suspended. All delegates wishing to speak during this general speakers list, please raise your placards. delegate of Ukraine? Any more delegates? Delegates wishing to speak during this general speakers list? Delegate of Kenya? Any more delegates? Delegate of Pakistan? Delegate of France? Any more delegates wishing to speak? Delegate of IOC, in that order. Because after the speakers list has elapsed, the chair will ask again if there are any more delegates wish to speak. If while you are listening to the other delegates and you believe that you wish to speak, you can raise your placards then. And also, delegates, another reminder: while the other delegates are speaking, please stop looking at your notes or preparing for your next speeches and pay full attention to the speaker in front of you. Okay, starting off with the delegate of Ukraine. Please approach the podium. Delegates, for your better time management, when you have 10 seconds remaining, the chair will hit the gavel once. And when you have 0 seconds remaining, the chair will hit the gavel twice. When the chair hits the gavel twice, please return to your seat. Okay, delegate of Ukraine, whenever you're ready. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. This is the delegate of Ukraine, and according to UNHCR, 1 in every 67 people on Earth has been forced to flee their homes globally due to persecution, conflict, and human rights violence. That being said, youth and diaspora, refugee, and war setting is a critical issue in the current society. And regarding this issue, there has been a lot of consultations made within the sports field. For example, in 2001, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan has founded an office for sports for development and peace, advocating sport as having an almost unmatched role to play in promoting understanding, healing wounds, mobilizing support for social causes, and breaking down barriers. That being said, the delegate is looking forward for all the delegations to deliver their remarks according to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, delegate. You may return to your seat. And the next is the delegate of Kenya. Delegates, please keep in mind that this consultative session has a set subtopic, and delegates are encouraged to only speak on that subtopic. More general issues will be dealt in tomorrow's main sessions. Okay, delegate of Kenya, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, chairs and distinguished delegates. The delegation of Kenya is pleased to engage in this meaningful conversation that shapes our future. In particular, one of the immense value that it has in our youth generation, young population. Kenya is a nation diverse with 40 plus nations and nationalities, and then we no longer take sport as less important as it used to be, and then Kenya is proudly investing and finding ways to engage youth and uplift and narrow the gap of the marginalized youth in terms of addressing the widened gap. And the delegation of Kenya would like to foster a way to collaborate with delegates of nations represented here. And thank you.
Thank you very much, delegate. You may return to your seat. The delegate of Pakistan, please approach the podium. Now, delegates, to speed things up a little, when you see this screen, you'll be able to see the queue here on the other side. When a delegate is speaking, the next 2 delegates on the queue, please line up to the side. Which means that the delegate of France and IOC, please bring your materials and line up to the side of the conference room. Thank you very much. And delegate of Pakistan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, chairs. Delegate of Pakistan wish to address the challenges faced by youth and refugees and war second. As by World Forum, the number of displaced people had increased annually for 12 years with 69%. So these young people experience the pain of displacement, trauma of the conflict, and the loss of home and identity. Delegate of Pakistan wants the sport can serve as a bridge of healing and inclusion. Through sports, refugee youth can rebuild a sense of belonging. where they can play together and they become a teammates rather than outsides. Delegate of Pakistan believes that when people play together, they create friendship and learn more about each other without conflicting arise. Thank you.
Very much, Delegate. Delegate, you have 20 seconds remaining. How would you like to yield your time?
Forward to the chairs.
That is in order. Please return to your seat. Delegate of France, you may approach the podium. Whenever you're ready.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, France recognizes the urgency of addressing the challenges faced by youth in diaspora, refugee, and war-affected settings. According to UNHCR's Global Trends Report 2024, 123.2 million people are currently forcibly displaced worldwide. In France alone, over 7,000 asylum applications were registered in 2024, reflecting the growing need for sustainable integration policies. France strongly believes that sport can be a transformative tool in this regard. Sport is more than recreation. It is a language of peace, resilience, and opportunity. By engaging displaced youth, sport helps lower social tensions, foster a sense of belonging, and provide essential life skills such as teamwork, discipline, and leadership. Through sport, France like to collaborate with other nations as well to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. You may return to your seat. And the Delegate of IOC, please approach the podium. The floor is yours.
Honorary chairs and fellow delegates, the Delegate of International Olympic Committee deeply understands how importance of the support to youth in diaspora, refugee, and war setting is the key problems of our societies. So this delegate, the International Olympic Committee just supported the refugees from the decades ago. As the Rio Olympic, we made a Olympic refugee team to support the refugees, and we found the Olympic Refugee Foundation to support the refugees and youth refugees, and also starting from the 2016, right now in 2024, we supported more than 1 million young people affected by the displacement, access to safe sports. However, this delegate believes that the war setting and diaspora is more important, so we have to cooperate for the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. You may return to your seat. Now, at this point, are there any more delegates wishing to be added to the general speakers list? Delegate of
ICSSP.
Thank you, Delegate. And any more delegates? Delegate of ICSSP, please approach the podium.
Thank you, Chair and distinguished delegates. The International Council of Sports Science and Physical Education was founded in 1958 with the core mission of using scientific knowledge to improve global policy in physical education and sport. And nowadays, youth worldwide face unprecedented and interconnected challenges in 2025, such as armed conflicts or the climate crisis. And our vision is to be a global leader in using education to improve quality of life through physical activity and sport. And our mission is threefold: to advance research integration into policy frameworks, and to educate for health and quality of life for all, and to promote active lifestyles, human potential, and good governance in sport. And we serve as a vital link between academia, governments, and civil society, providing evidence-based insights to UNESCO and its member states. And to solve the youth unprecedented problem, we want to serve as vital link and important role. Thank you.
You may return to your seat. Are there any more delegates wishing to speak? Yes, Delegate of Right to Play and the Delegate of Ukraine.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Delegate?
Could the chair briefly introduce how the no passing is going to be throughout these consultative session? Is it allowed or not?
For the general speakers list, note passing will be suspended. It will not be allowed. And after the GSL, we will have informal debates. In this case, the delegates will be able to move amongst themselves freely. So in this case, the chair believes that note passing will not be necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. And delegate of right to play, you may approach the podium. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, chairs, distinguished delegate. This is Right to Play, non-governmental organization to protect, educate, empower the children through the power of play. Education often stops in times of crisis. Schools are used to shelters, and teachers are displaced. Children are left without the safety and support that schools brings. Our Right to Play approach, named Education in Emergency and Protected Crisis Strategies, ensure that learning can continue even in crisis and fragile settings. In 2024, we put the strategy into practice supporting children in Mali, Pakistan, Lebanon, Burundi, Tanzania, and so on. We use play-based learning to strengthen resilience, emotional well-being, and learning. We are open to share our previous experience on today's session, so thank you.
Thank you very much, delegate. You may return to your seat. And are there any more delegates wishing to speak? Calling once, calling twice. Move. Do you wish to speak? Yes, please approach the podium.
Thank you, Chair. Following her speech, the delegate of Ukraine would like to point out some important facts and would like to suggest 3 ideas upon this agenda. The fact is that the issue regarding refugees is not only important to refugees themselves, but also to the host country who has to facilitate their integration to a new society. That being said, the delegate would like to provide a solution regarding creating a society where refugees could adjust well through sports. And the delegate would like to propose regarding the idea of delegate of Pakistan that trauma recovery could be dealt throughout sport in the agenda of refugees and diasporic situations. With that being said, the mind-space sports could facilitate and better psychological responses. And regarding one more, the delegate would like to propose that integration into a new society could be also an important section for this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, delegate. You may return to your seat. And are there any more delegates wishing to speak? Calling once, calling twice, calling thrice. Seeing none, the chair will close up the general speakers list and we will move on to the informal debates. Before moving on to the informal debates, the chair would like to give a few instructions on how the secretariat wants this debate to commence. For each consultative sessions, we want all of you to produce at least one document. Those who are familiar with Model UNs may know a term called a working paper. It is different from a draft resolution, but it is a type of paper that outlines a couple of suggestions or a few methods regarding the agenda on how we're going to what kind of efforts that the committee is going to make or how we are going to tackle the problem. It has no set form or no set rules on how it's supposed to be written. You can move freely amongst yourselves and discuss on how what problems that needs to be tackled and how you should do it. And when you have agreed on something, then you can start writing that document. But however, for the first 15 minutes, the chairs would like you to focus more on debating amongst yourselves, so electronic devices will not be allowed. However, after the 15 minutes, the chairs will allow you to use your electronic devices strictly only for the purpose of writing the document. So you may not use that time to do any other things or use artificial intelligence. Okay. Now, you have 15 minutes. Please feel free to get up from your seats and talk amongst yourselves. Delegates, please come to order. The initial 15 minutes for the informal debate has now elapsed. Delegates, please return to your seats and give the chairs a short time to give a little announcement. Delegates, please return to your seats. Delegates, please return to your seats. Delegates, please return to your seats. Okay, thank you very much, delegates, for your attention and for the lively 15-minute debate. Before we carry on into using our devices and into writing our papers, we would like to give a short announcement on how we want the papers to look like. First of all, the papers are not going to have any sort of formatting, so you don't have to care about the preambulatory clauses, operative clauses, sponsor signatories, whatever. You don't even have to write who wrote what. So it is completely up to you on how the formatting is going to go. And regarding the contents of the paper, we do acknowledge that you probably did extensive research on your country's position and what they are, and that will be very useful tomorrow and in the following days when you will be writing your draft resolutions. However, for today's documents that you are going to write, since we don't have any sort of formatting and also we don't have that many rules regarding the debate, it doesn't necessarily have to be strictly about your country's position. So you can write whatever you want to write, and that includes your own personal opinions. So for the documents that we're going to produce today, we want to hear a lot about your opinions and what kind of solutions that you are thinking about, even if it does not perfectly align with your country's stance. So when you're writing your documents, please feel free to write whatever you want to write and just treat of it as like a sort of free debate. Okay. Starting from now, you'll be able to use your electronic devices. Please feel free to continue debating and writing your documents if wanted. And also, please keep in mind that use of artificial intelligence will be strictly forbidden in all kinds of documents. So if the secretaries see you using AI in the paper writing, you will be noted down. Okay, so feel free to move around. If you have any questions regarding the process, please come up to me. Delegates, there is no minimum or maximum amount of papers that we're going to entertain. If there are multiple papers across the floor, it's okay. If there are overlapping ideas across the papers, it's okay. But if you feel like the papers can merge, it's up to you to persuade the other delegates or work together to create a singular paper. And also, it really does not matter. It has no formatting whatsoever. Feel free to write whatever you want to write. Delegates, please keep in mind that the official language of these sessions are all in English. Please do not converse in any other language other than English for everyone's equal participation. Thank you very much. Delegates, a short progress check. Groups that are currently writing a document, please raise your hands. Okay, now the chairs will give you a short announcement on how to submit your papers. First of all, you're going to write together in a Google Docs. When you are done writing, change the access of the writers, change them all into viewers, and just add the chairs and the secretaries as the editors. Okay, we'll be sharing our email addresses, so please give us a link and then add us as the editors and change everyone else's viewers. That way, you will be able to submit your documents. Yes. The rest of you, please continue writing. Delegates, the email addresses of the chairs has been sent to the group chat. Please make sure to add both of us, not one, but both of us to the documents and give us the editing access, unless your documents will not be reviewed. Okay, and another reminder that our session is set to expire at 3. So unless you want a shorter coffee break, please try to wrap it up before 3. Thank you very much. Delegates, you have 3 minutes left. Please wrap up writing. And just give us a quick heads up if you feel like you're almost done writing, and just add it to the document so we can see your progress. Delegates, the time is 3 p.m. Let's wrap this up. Please return to your seats. Okay, delegates, please return to your seats. To your seats, delegates, please. Okay, thank you very much, delegates. Currently, I don't see any documents in my inbox. No documents in my inbox. However, since we do want some sort of documents, but we also want a break at the same time, we have coffee break until 15:30. Is that correct? We have coffee break until 15:30. So if you want to continue writing your documents, you can do so while having the coffee break. Just please make sure to submit it before 3:30. It's because we have to move on to session 2. Okay? So delegates, you may continue writing your documents during the coffee break. And again, please submit it by adding both me and Chair Kaylee as the editors of the document, and change everyone else as the viewers. And when you're done writing the documents, invite us and then just let us know in the group chat that you have submitted your documents so we can check our inbox. Okay, delegates, since this is a consultative session, we're not going to do any of the motions, so you can just have your break until 3:30. Delegates, please return to your seats. Let's please return to your seats and make sure your neighbors are here. Before we move on, we'd like to ask, did all the delegates submit their papers? Are there any delegates who didn't submit their papers yet? Can you please show me your hands if you haven't been able to submit your papers? Yes. Did your group not submit your paper? Did you already submit your paper or did you not submit? I'm very sorry. Can you please use your microphone?
So one of the chairs send it, so one more need to send it. Just please a minute.
Okay. For those who have already submitted their papers, we'll now be saving those papers into a PDF file, so you will not be able to make any additional changes. And the PDF that the chairs save will be the final version of those documents. Thank you very much. Now, again, make sure that all your neighbors are there in their seats. Okay, and before we move on, I'd like to give a short announcement on how we're going to do this consultative session. Again, the consultative session, the things that you debate on during the consultative session does not have to strictly be confined to your country's stance. So you are more than welcome to share your personal opinions about the topics and write them down in the documents. So you can, if that's necessary, you can use terms like I or me, which will not be allowed in tomorrow's debate. And if you have any sort of opinions, any sort of suggestions about a topic you have, whether it be your personal opinions or not, you are more than welcome to express them during both the GSL and the informal debate, and you are more than welcome to write them down in the papers. So yes, the topic for the second consultative session is youth in urban settings and their challenges. So when you're conducting the debate, please make sure to only speak about the things that are relevant to this topic. Okay, delegates, again, thank you very much for your cooperation. And now I will give my moderating duties to Chair Taesok.
Right, so at this point, the chair will open up the general speakers list. With delegates wishing to be added to the general speakers list, please raise your placards high. Are there any more delegates wishing to speak? None. Seeing none, the committee will now move on into the informal debate. Delegates, please feel free to move around and debate freely with the other delegates. So there will be to facilitate the debate, we will not allow any electric devices for the next 15 minutes. So from now on, you may use your electric devices for the purpose of writing the document, but no AI.
Delegates?
So for the 10 minutes, no electric devices. You may talk around and talk to each other for your, yeah. No AI, no electric devices. Thank you. Just for 10 minutes. Because it's too quiet and, yeah.
Delegate, just to facilitate the debate and make sure that you guys are all being diplomatic and debating amongst yourselves, for 10 minutes, we're going to suspend the use of electronic devices. For 10 minutes, please put away your electronic devices. Just stop writing for a split second and try to negotiate amongst yourself to spark some debate, and maybe it'll lead to better ideas. So, delegates, please turn off your electronic devices for 10 minutes. And it's okay, we have plenty of time. You can continue writing after this.
Guys, delegates, you may use electric devices.
Delegates, just a friendly suggestion. The reason why we suspended electronic devices for 10 minutes was because it was getting a little too quiet. So we would really love to see writing and talking. That would be great. All right.
So delegates, we have 15 minutes left. So please submit your documents to the email. Thank you. 15 minutes left.
Delegates, for this session, you will not be able to get an extension because we'll have to move on to have dinner. So please make sure to submit all the documents in time because we're not going to accept any light documents. And again, please make sure to add both me and Chair Kaylee to the recipients of the documents. Please add us via email and make sure that we have the editing access. Thank you very much, delegates. Again, you have 15 minutes. Please hurry.
Delegates, if you have 5 minutes left, please submit your documents on time. Thank you. So delegates, we will finish our session. Please submit your documents on the time. So we will have a dinner. Thank you.
Delegates, can you guys please let us know how many groups are writing their papers? Are there any delegates still writing their papers? You guys are still writing? Okay. Are you guys still writing? You haven't submitted it yet. 2 minutes? Okay. Rest of the delegates, please return to your seats. Delegates, this is just a suggestion paper, so it's completely fine if the formatting or some of the details are lacking a bit. So just please try to send it as quickly as possible so the entire committee can move on to dinner. Was that your group that just submitted the document? And you guys are done? No, that would not be necessary. Okay, thank you very much, delegates. We have 3 brilliant papers, so thank you all very much for your hard work. The current time is 5:32, so we trust that dinner would be ready at this point. So, yes, secretariat members, can you please announce the dinner schedule to the delegates? Okay, delegates, we're gonna take the bus and move to a restaurant for dinner. Everyone, please, you know the drill. You know where the bus is. Let's go and have dinner. Yay.
So the topic for this session is gender inequality, youth in gender inequality, and gender-based violence contexts. A gentle reminder that there are no formal rules for this session, and delegates are more than welcome to express their personal opinions during speeches and writing the documents. At this point, the chair will open up the general speakers list. All the delegates wishing to be added to the general speakers list, please raise your placards high. Are there any more delegates wishing to speak? Delegate of Kenya, Pakistan, and ICSSPE, delegate of Ukraine, France, in that order. So the first delegate of ICSSPE, you have been recognized. Please come up to the podium and give a speech.
Delegates, another reminder for better time management, the next two delegates, please queue up to the side of the conference room. That would be the delegate of Kenya and Pakistan.
Thank you, Chair and distinguished delegates. For decades, sport has been a platform for empowering women and girls, yet significant barriers to safe and equitable participation remain, and ICSSPE recognizes that addressing gender-based violence, called GBV, and promoting safeguarding are paramount for achieving SDG 5, which is the important goal for UN, and we advocate for and develop safeguarding frameworks that create safe sport environments through clear policies, codes of conduct, and reporting mechanisms. And access to quality physical education and sport is a powerful tool for empowering girls and young women, and it builds self-confidence, leadership skills, and body autonomy. And as part of this effort, ICSSP has supported the Women in Sport Leadership Program, which provides mentoring and training to aspiring female leaders in the sports sector. And this program cultivates a new generation of women who can champion gender equality from within the sport community. And we would like to discuss about specific ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The delegate of Kenya, you have been recognized.
Thank you, chairs. The delegation of Kenya would like to approach this from sport has been proven to be a powerful unifying force. Despite its potential, women's participation in sport in Kenya is significantly hindered by systematic barriers. A baseline survey by the National Olympic Committee of Kenya, Gender Commission, revealed that 80% of women encounter factors that limit their participation in sport compared to their male counterparts. These challenges are not merely a result of resource limitation, but deeply rooted in ideologies that are rooted in gender structure that exist in both society and sport. The delegation of Kenya recognizes challenge and would like to challenge them from a different perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The delegate of Pakistan, please come up to the podium.
Thank you, chairs. Delegate of Pakistan believes that the sport doesn't belong to any gender, and there is no need to be restriction with the gender norms. And the gender equality continues to be a barrier that excludes many young women from the opportunities that sports provide. 50% of girls just avoid sport due to body image concerns, and by the 2020 in Sports Society, the 45% of the girls felt unsported in sports, and we can see by the FIFA report that only there are 7% professional athletes in women. And the main reason that because of they face harassment, unsafe environments, and the cultural restrictions that deny them participations, which includes them not only from the physical health but also of confidence, leadership, and sense of equality. Sport is not only a tool, but is also a tool for empowerment, girls are given to sporting space and develop confidence, resilience, and the leadership skills. Delegate of Pakistan believes that sports is not a privilege for a few, but right for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Ukraine, please come up to the podium.
Thank you, Chair. Before beginning her speech, the delegate of Ukraine would like to point out that it has been argued and has been shown that participation of women and girls in sport has had a major impact on achieving gender equality in certain contexts. However, the delegate would like to point out that we are not only focusing on women's or girls, but also it could be dealt throughout boys and men's, or even people who has third genders. That being said, I believe that sports could use as a term or a means of self-defense in the terms of gender-based violence. For example, I believe ICM has a special program which the girls could learn about martial arts and have a sense of self-defense, even though it could not be that practical in a sense. And also, the delegate would like to propose a session for a single gender that would be able to encourage people to have rapport with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of France, please come up to the podium.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, France recognizes the urgent challenges that persist as the intersection of sport, gender inequality, and violence. According to UNESCO, nearly 49% of girls drop out of sport during adolescence, a rate 6 times higher than boys. Furthermore, 21% of women report experiencing sexual abuse in sport during childhood, while harmful stereotypes such as sport being masculine continue to exclude and intimidate both women and men who do not conform to these norms. To move forward, France recommends such as ensuring inclusive facilities such as locker rooms accessible to all genders and LGBTQ plus athletes. Second, to promote women athlete role models and increasing women in leadership roles, including coaches and counselors. Lastly, to increase media coverage to women's achievements, inspire the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any more delegates wishing to speak?
Delegate of WHO.
Delegate of WHO, UN Women, Jamaica, in that order.
Hi, this is the delegate of WHO, and I want to address about youth in gender equality and gender-based violence. Globally, one in third women experience physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. Among adolescents, girls ages between 15 and 19 years with relationships experience, 24% has experienced initiated partner violence in their lifetime, and 60% in the past year.
about childhood exposure, around 6 in 10 children around under five experience the violent discipline, while 1 in 5 women and 1 in 7 men report childhood sexual abuse. WHO frames gender-based violence as both a public health and a human rights issue. The organization calls for evidence-based strategies strategies for preventing violence against women and 7 strategies to violence against children. We are trying to make LGBTQ youth protection, WHO. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of UN Women, please come up to the podium.
Thank you, Chair. Since its establishment in 2011, UN Women has been committed to promoting gender equality and empowering women and girls worldwide. Sport as a global tool that transcends language and culture not only fosters social cohesion but also cultivates young leadership, representing a powerful force capable of changing the world. However, gender responsive sports policy and funding remains insufficient. In response, UN Women emphasize that sport should be recognized as a strategic tool for achieving gender equality. Safe, inclusive, and equitable participant in sport in a right, not a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Jamaica, please come up to the podium.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate from Jamaica strongly believes that sports is a form of self-expression and no one should be discriminated from the chance to express themselves. Sportswomen in Jamaica, despite having many achievements, have historically had a lack of support. The women's netball team, despite having ranked in the top 5 oftentimes, has had a lack of exposure despite those achievements. The football team, the women's football team, was disbanded for a lack of funding from 2008, from 2014, and again in 2015 and 2016. Oftentimes, the women's teams have been credited for having a lack of attention, but the delegate from Jamaica believes that this is a systemic issue. Therefore, in the following discussion, the delegate of Jamaica would like to discuss the means to guarantee equal opportunities, equal resources, and equal support regardless of gender. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any more delegates wishing to speak? Delegate of Iran, you have been recognized. Please come up to the podium.
Shall I start? Thank you, Chairs. Delegate of Iran believes gender inequality and gender-based violence remain press challenge, particularly for young women. They face barriers to education, safe employment, and public participation. Social norms, legal restrictions, and cultural ethics often silence survivors of violence. Lack of youth representation in decision-making means that many policies do not reflect their realities. Youth-driven initiatives using theater, music, street art, and social media storytelling can challenge stereotypes and spark dialogue among gender inequality. Using sports and youth-led programs can foster confidence, teamwork, and resilience among girls. Mixed-gender sports initiatives can also challenge social norms and build understanding between genders, so that they can become innovators and advocates, designing solutions tailored to their communities and driving cultural transformation.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any delegates wishing to speak? Seeing none, the committee will now move on into the informal debate. Delegates, please feel free to move around and debate freely with other delegates. To facilitate the debate, we will not allow any electronic devices for the next 15 minutes. Delegates, you may use your electronic devices from now on for the purpose of writing your document. Delegates, we will be leaving this room at around 9, so you have to submit your paper by 8:50. Delegates, we have 10 minutes left. You have to submit your paper until 8:50. Delegates, you have 5 minutes left. Please wrap up your document and send it to us. Are there any delegates still working on your paper? Please raise your hand if you're still working. Delegates, we'll have to clean up this room, and the bus will be departing at 9 p.m. sharp. So please wrap up your papers. And for the delegates who have already finished their papers, please start packing up so we can leave the room swiftly. Thank you very much.